பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelations now into English. The Devi revealed, "Oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection of corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss, doing the ajaba ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the field, and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Surana that blossoms as aham, aham, in the state of Ananda Surana." So everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have suffering or effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful. In the above revelations, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect ourselves from COVID-19. So now let us understand each of these methods more deeply and the benefits and science behind each method. So the first method that Devi Parashakti has revealed is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. So let us understand how we can do this and the benefits of prayer and meditation. So science has extensively studied meditation, and over the last 2 decades, it's become more and more popular, and it's very much recognized by science that it has many benefits. And Helpline has listed out the 12 science-based benefits of meditation. The first is that it reduces stress, it controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances self-awareness, it lengthens the attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addiction, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, and it can decrease the blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And in one report by a study done by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has found that meditation has a direct benefit on both of our physical and our mental health. And another study by the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis such as COVID-19. And in Everyday Health, there was research published about how prayer and spirituality protect the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirit, by helping you cope with difficulties. And in September 2015, a report was published in Health Psychology that found that people who were followed, 191 people with congestive heart failure who were followed for 5 years, experienced better health outcomes when they had feelings of spiritual peace and when they made some healthy lifestyle changes. And people with major depressive disorders or chronic medical illnesses also report higher levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study in Depression and Anxiety Journal. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also scientifically shown how meditation impacts our brains, and there have been multiple studies done on the avatar's own brain to understand the impact of it on the impact of meditation, the impact of samadhi on the brain. So now let us watch that video and understand how meditation directly impacts.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that, because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed. But this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. Basically evokes pleasure chemical. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human beings experience involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
So now that we've understood how meditation directly impacts our brain, let us understand the benefits of puja as revealed by the Supreme Class of Hinduism.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning and everyday puja, sit by feeling connection, understand, nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do every day puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Every day puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
Now we think how prayer can be such a blessing. It just by prayer we can rid ourselves of stress. So now let us understand how we can pray and surrender Devi Parashakti to the next method, which is, as Devi revealed, surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. During the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her, to pray to her, to relate with her through various social media platforms, and attends to us individually through our prayers and showers us with blessings and food. So let us now see how we can connect with Devi Parashakti through social media. Sorry for the technical glitch. So Devi Parashakti has revealed that you can connect with her and surrender to her on social media. So let us see the various ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti. So the best way to connect with Devi is through YouTube. So whenever Devi Parashakti comes live, you can directly ask her, ask your questions to Devi Parashakti in the comment section of the live video. And you can do this by first becoming a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And once you've done that, during the live Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, you can ask your questions directly to Devi, and Devi herself will directly attend to you. And the next way is by liking and following Kailasa's SBH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And then you can ask your questions again in the comment section of the live Facebook video. And the next way is by following at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter. And you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag AskTheAvatar. You can also connect on Instagram by following Sri Nithyananda on Instagram and asking your questions in the comments section of the photos. And lastly, you can connect on WhatsApp by going to kailasa.org and asking your questions in the WhatsApp chat box. So the pop-up box that comes up on kailasa.org, you can ask your questions and receive the guidance and blessings of Devi Parashakti during the live Akashic reading. Now let us watch a short clip of Devi Parashakti blessing people.
காளியன் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி.
And the next method to connect with Devi Parashakti to protect yourself from Corona is by worshipping Devi Parashakti wherever she resides. And Supreme Conservationism has revealed that fire walking is a sacred alchemy science. And in the words of Supreme Conservationism himself, our rishis and munis have been adepts and masters in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe, and in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they design is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because the fire walking time, the small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus, any problem, is actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. And especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you it will not affect you. Don't worry. It is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk, with the traditional powerful music which activates your lymph system. That mukulam, we call it in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that, you will walk. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire in the 11 feet fire pit. If you do just one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariamman and do the fire walking. That is it. It is like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamari, do the Patipatni Ratam, and do this traditional fire walking. You are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is the Hindu fire walk. So now let's watch the science behind firewalking as explained by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. Because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for a complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of firewalking.
Yes. And now let us watch the video of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself doing the fire walking in the sacred city of his birthplace, Tiruvannamalai.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே. தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி. தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி. கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய். கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய். தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி.
Yes, now let us understand the science behind firewalking. A study conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, regarding the various effects and benefits of firewalking has shown that people who participate in firewalking have increased levels of happiness and lower fatigue levels compared to people who did not participate in firewalking. So yes, now let us look at the next method to protect yourself from coronavirus. Baby has revealed that you can apply turmeric on your chest and drink neem juice and meditate on Devi Parashakti every day. Let us understand the benefits of neem juice as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring Karumari's grace wherever we started ashram. Nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki, you will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice, you release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder, if a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology things. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. Start manifesting powers now.
Yes, and science has also studied the benefits of turmeric extensively. Traditionally, it is known for its anti-inflammatory effect, but curcumin has also been shown in the last few decades to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. And this research that was published in the U.S. National that was published by the U.S. National Center for Biotechnology Information has shown that turmeric can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, of various immune cells, as well as enhance the body's antibody response. So with this, you will have a strengthened immune system and you will be more likely to stay healthy for longer and be able to maintain an active lifestyle. And in India.com, it was also reported that neem can help you fight against corona, and it is a very important part of Ayurveda. And it was also reported that turmeric and neem are effective against coronavirus, according to a KGMU study. So the next method that Devi Parashakti has revealed is the complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep. This is how you can put the banana peel or an onion on the heel, put a sock over, and you can sleep at night. And this will completely detoxify your whole system. And as per Devi Parashakti's revelation, it can protect you from coronavirus. And onion has been shown to have various detoxifying effects. And in Medical Daily, it was reported that the beneficial properties of onion for our health include, because onion contains a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onion the recognizable smell, but also the powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear up, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease, which is why it is very traditionally known in Ayurveda to be a very potent for its medicinal purposes, and that is its primary use in Hinduism. And in a review in the Journal of Phytotherapy, it describes the detox effects of onion, and it states that the downstream products are a complex mixture of sulfur-based compounds, and these compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, including anti-carcinogenic effects, anti-platelet activity, anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects as well. And the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is to be in an unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Yes, so let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small. We think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Another good is science of clutching. You can take a few minutes when you find the time in your day to experience this state of unclutching. So you can sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and with your eyes closed, intensely chant Mahavakya, and do not engage in any thought or emotion. Purely let the space of unclutching manifest in you. Chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And you can take some time when you are available in your day at your convenience and experience the state of unclutching. You can also play the Mahavakya on YouTube as you are sitting in the space of unclutching. Understand the next method, which is doing Ajba Ajba of the cosmic sound Shiva Shiva Shiva. And a study conducted by the US National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting has clearly established how doing the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting, has a direct and positive benefit for the physical health and mental well-being. The study correlates the chanting of the Ajaba Ajaba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. There is the rest of that article. And a study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes how human intention or thoughts can actually change the very molecular structure of water. And this interesting research clearly shows that when the water is exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation of the water actually changes to a very beautiful crystal-like structure. Whereas when negative sounds or emotions are exposed to water, the water molecule becomes disfigured, distorted, and disintegrated. So in the next slide, we will see the various photos of what water looks like when exposed to positive vibrations words versus negative vibrations words. So when words like compassion, thank you, and wisdom are used on water, you can see the beautiful snowflake-like structures that are formed in the water molecule. However, when words like I will kill you, you fool, and heavy metal music is played to water, the water becomes completely disintegrated. The water molecule becomes disintegrated and disformed. And you can imagine what happens inside of your body, which is composed of up to 60% water, when you chant the Ajaba Ajaba, the sacred, powerful chant, the mantra, and that will bring such a positive high vibration in your system and create these beautiful molecular formations and completely change your entire system. And so you can come and become a part of the Unclutching Initiative. And when you are chanting the Mahavakya, you can go ahead and sign up to become a part of kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. So whether you are practicing unclutching or you are chanting the Mahavakya and continuously doing the Ajba Ajba of Shiva Shiva, you can log your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has revealed that if 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can give such powerful superconscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity, because all of us are interconnected. We are not islands. These are all fundamental truths. When you start unclutching, Kailasa starts experiencing the joy, the bliss of you unclutching. Nothing goes to waste in this cosmos. So whether you are doing the unclutching or the chanting of the Ajba Ajba, the sacred sounds of Shiva Shiva Shiva, you can go ahead and log your minutes for peace and give all of the benefits of your unclutching, your Ajba Ajba to the world. The last method that Devi Parashakti has revealed to protect yourself from COVID-19 is being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Surana that blossoms as Aham, Aham, in the Ananda Surana. So just being in that complete unclutched state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the pure bliss of the Arunachala Surana that blossoms in the Ananda Surana. So these are the 8 methods that Devi Parashakti has revealed to protect yourself from COVID-19. And each of these methods is independent unto itself. Each method can be used independently to protect yourself from COVID-19. And any of these methods is enough to protect you and ensure that you are staying safe during this pandemic. And one of the methods that Devi Parashakti has revealed in these 8 methods is by praying to Devi Parashakti. So in this next segment, we will understand how we can pray to Devi, how we can connect with her, meditate on her, and receive all of her blessings and grace through the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. So anytime you make an offering to the divine, it is not out of any fear nor out of any greed. It's not that the divine will gain anything from you offering something. It's not that you will lose something if you don't offer. You, regardless of your offering, you will continue to be blessed and showered upon by Swami, by Devi Parashakti, as they are the infinite compassion and infinite love and grace will always be upon you. But it is only when we decide to open ourselves up, when we decide to offer something in order to receive, be able to open ourselves up to receive everything that Devi Parashakti, that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has to offer, will we be able to benefit fully, and will we be able to experience the oneness with Devi, with Swamiji himself. So now let us enter into this offering segment and understand some of the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. So an offering is the divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of 2 parts, the giving and the accepting. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of any fear nor out of any greed, but when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of your enlightenment. So this is the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. And the Dhyana Shloka is to invoke Devi Parashakti herself, the presence of Devi Parashakti herself. This is from the Mulagmat Manormani Dhyanam. And it states that moonlight face holding the Vedas in one hand, fire in eyes of the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And it continues on. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, the lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by goddesses, by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. So you'll notice in many of these offerings, they are made in gold. And this is because gold is a very significant divine element in Hinduism. It is the origin of gold is described in the Atharva Veda, and it translates triply born by the birth is this gold from the atoms of Agni as one. It became dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. And gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all of our scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, the Itihasas, the Puranas. In all our Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal to make any offering. And in the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were even offered in gold. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee, and gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doorways of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold, and horses and cows were even dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. And gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones we love and revere, especially the divine. And temples were constructed in gold and paved in gold. Deities were made in gold and decked in gold ornaments. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. The first offering that you can make to Devi Parashakti is the E-Hundi offering, which is just a general donation that you can make to the feet of Devi Parashakti. And this is like in any temple that you might visit, you might make an offering, a small donation in the E-Hundi, just to say thank you to the divine, to just offer your love, your gratitude for the divine happening in your life. And Kailasa has made this very simple for you to do online as well through the E-Hundi offering. And Devi is described as the one who is fond of devotion, and she can only be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. So if there is any fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and this does not mean the autumn this season, but rather the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inward, and the role of the divine becomes much more known and clearly understood, and the need for the worship of Devi becomes much stronger. And Devi is described as the one who bestows happiness on her devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted in the offering to Devi Parashakti. The next offering that we have is the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of your conscious resolution. So before you, in Hinduism, before you start any new endeavor, before you try to do anything, you always want to set an intention, set a conscious resolution for what it is that you want to manifest. And when you offer your conscious resolution to the feet of the Supreme Master of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti, you will be bestowed with all of the overflowing energy of Devi Parashakti and Swamiji himself to manifest exactly what it is you want in your life. And in the Devi Mahatmyam, it describes the goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So not only will you attain wealth in the world, in your worldly life, but you will attain the ultimate knowledge and salvation by praying to Devi Parashakti, by offering your conscious resolution. You will experience the fruition of all your desires and wishes. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. And this is the gold coin with the inscription of the various names of Devi Parashakti. So Devi is described as Nama Parayana Pita. This means the one who likes the repetition of her various names. And these various names are not just names of Devi Parashakti. They are the various qualities, the divine attributes of Devi Parashakti, whether it's her overflowing compassion, her grace, her infinite knowledge, whatever aspect of Devi Parashakti you connect with, you can offer that name of Devi on, inscribed on a golden coin to Devi Parashakti. And you can offer as many as you would like. And this is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can when you offer this gold coin with the various inscriptions of Devi Parashakti's name, you will be blessed with the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the various divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself to manifest in you. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi is well known to be adorned and fond of pearls. And of course, the pearl actually represents the infinite compassion that is Devi herself. And in this verse, it describes, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears the anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Van and Yama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. When you offer this mukta anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, you will be blessed with the overflowing compassion and pure love of Devi Parashakti in all of your business endeavors. We can see the next offering, which is the Sarna Padma Pushpa. And in the Kamikagama, this is the golden lotus. And in the Kamikagama, it describes the significance of this golden lotus. It states that all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And so when you offer, you can see actually the significance of this golden lotus as it is found in many, many Hindu rituals where the kalashas are used, whether it's the homas or the pujas, whatever it may be. Many rituals use these kalashas, which should be adorned with this golden lotus. So you can see the significance of this golden lotus. And actually, the lotus flower is found in many, many aspects of Hinduism. There are numerous scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship using the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals, and the lotus is a very divine flower. The Shakti of Paramashiva is called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus ready to bloom. So you can offer the lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation, just as the lotus blooms in murky waters, you too shall bloom in any adverse situation in your life with the grace and blessings of Devi herself. And the next offering that we have is the Saranameti, the gold toe ring. And this verse describes the power of Devi Parashakti's very toenails. It states, you whose brightness from the toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of the devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpower that of the lotus flower. You can offer the toe ring to Devi to adorn her sacred feet. So you can just see from this the power of Devi's very toenails that have the ability to destroy the ignorance in your life. So you can offer this Varnameti to the sacred feet of Devi Parashakti and be blessed with the removal of all the ignorance from your mind and to be blessed in every difficult aspect of your life. The next offering that we have is the Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. And the Mantika actually represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And Devi is described as Shuddha Tarabi Varshini, and the one who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So when you offer this Sadhanamantika, you will be blessed with the overflowing bliss from your Sahasrara and the ultimate experience of the enlightenment lifestyle. You can offer this mantika and receive the blessing to have the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the state of complete completion from Devi Parashakti. The next offering that we have is the Pratikshapada Puja, which is the most favorite offering of all the devotees and disciples of Swamiji. And you can offer this Pratikshapada Puja, the worship of the divine lotus feet of Swamiji, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself to bless and heal each and every one of you. And in this verse from Saundarya Lahari, it states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamogana is darkness, and in this stotra, tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain the knowledge. When you offer this Pratikshapada Puja at the feet of the Supreme Path, you will be blessed with attaining the ultimate knowledge, the path to enlightenment itself. The next offering is the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of clothing during the Pada Puja to the divine lotus feet of Swamiji himself. And when you offer this Vastra Seva, you will be blessed with all protection in your path to enlightenment. So here is the list of the various offerings that we have. The E-Hundi offering, the general donation, the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of your conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Sparnakasu, the offering of a gold coin with the inscription of Devi Parashakti's various names, the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus, the Swarna Meti, the golden toe ring, the Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry, the Pratikshabada Puja, the offering of gratitude to the feet of Swamiji, and the Vastra Seva, the offering of clothing to Swamiji. So you can very easily offer this by going to kailasamailer.com/sevas, and we will be shortly pulling up that website. It's a very simple process. You can go to the Devi Parashakti offering and choose whichever offering you would like. We will shortly show that. Again, the link for that is kailasamailer.com/sevas. You can also visit the link tiny.cc/Devi offering, Devi-offering. So both go to the offerings for Devi Parashakti. So we will be shortly showing what that offering page looks like. So you can choose whichever offering you would like, and we can guide you through how to make your offering very simply to Devi Parashakti. And if you are still needing help manifesting your offering, or if you would like more details about this offering, you can visit tiny.cc/Bhavaswati and fill out your intention form to make sure that you are able to manifest exactly what you want, to manifest the offering that you want to make to Devi Parashakti. Yes, so now we will visit tiny.cc/Devi-offering. And this is a very simple process to make your offering. You will see a drop-down menu with all of the various offerings available, and you can choose whichever offering you would like. And once you choose that offering, you can choose how many ever you would like to make, whether you want to make one on behalf of yourself and one on behalf of your sister. You are welcome to do that. You can choose as many as you would like. And once you are done with that, you just add that to your cart very simply, and you can view your cart. Yes, so here is the page. This is exactly what it looks like. So you can select an option, whichever option you would like. You say you would like to offer this Padna Metti to Devi Parashakti, you can choose that. And once you have chosen that, if you would like to offer one for yourself and one for your mother, you can go ahead and choose two and add that to your cart. And once you are done with that, you will be directed to this page. Yes, so once you are here, you can just check your cart and ensure that all of the offerings that you would like to make are there. And then you can go ahead and proceed to the checkout. And once you proceed to the checkout, this is a very simple process. You just fill out your billing details like you would for any other online payment. Once you are done with that, you can go ahead and place your order and offer your seva to Devi Parashakti. And you also want to offer your love and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the YouTube super chat and super sticker option. You are welcome to do so. You can just very simply go to the YouTube, the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and during the live session, you can just offer whatever it is you would like through the YouTube super chat and super sticker option. And be sure to join as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. It's just a very simple process. Once you go to the channel, you just click the join button. Once you choose the join button, you'll be directed to a page which has all of the various levels that you can join as an e-Kailashian, whether it's bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or premium. You can choose whichever one suits you. And once you have done that, you can go ahead and make your payment directly through YouTube. And once that is done, you will have joined as an e-Kailashian of Kailasa through the YouTube channel. And you will have the opportunity to ask your questions to Devi Parashakti live in the YouTube comment section during the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. And she herself will be directly seeing and attending to each of these comments. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the next segment where we will be hearing from Adi Kailasa Satvik Indra. As many of you have heard, Devi Parashakti has been continuously warning us, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously warning us that the only priority for this year is to protect yourself alive. And in order to do this, the Supreme Pontiff, with its overflowing compassion, opened up all of the Kailasas in India for the sake of multi-layered quarantine. Ma Dayamai Swami with us here today to guide us through all of the activities of the Kailasa COVID Care Centers in India. Thank you so much, Ma Dayamai Swami, for joining us today.
Thank you, Ma Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. So welcome back to this segment. In this segment, we are going to learn about the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment today? Concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic, what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, glimpses, why temple-based ecosystems. UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions and join Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now, let us see some of the concerning statistics and current news. The statistics are around due to the pandemic. What are the not only the physical health, but how this pandemic now raising questions on mental health and most importantly, global peace. The World Health Organization makes a big statement about Delta variant of COVID-19. The World Health Organization on Tuesday said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the three other COVID-19 variants of concern that now represent a tiny fraction of the samples which are being sequenced. The less than the 1% of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It's really predominantly Delta around the world, said World Health Organization's technical lead on COVID-19, Maria Vankarkove. The Delta variant, which was first detected in India last year, has become more fit, it is more transmittable, and it is out-competing. It is replacing the other viruses that are circulating, she said, and added that the variant has been detected in more than 185 nations till date. COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918-1919. The coronavirus pandemic has now killed in 1918, the influenza infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than 1819 influenza pandemic did. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone on Monday. So that's why the COVID-19 now officially US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of 1918 to 1999 flu. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than original COVID strain. We know that the Delta variant circulating now is even more contagious than the alpha variant. Our research indicates that the variants just keep getting better at traveling through air. So we must provide better ventilation and wear tight-fitting masks in addition to vaccination to help stop spread of the virus, said Dr. Don Milton, professor of environmental health at the University School of Public Health. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. According to a study in Washington, the physical distancing of 2 meters, about 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors, according to a study. So the research published in the Journal Sustainable Cities and Society suggests that the physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exhaled aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. COVID-19 Delta variant is still most concerning, says World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new more COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others, senior officials with the World Health Organization said recently. Then COVID-19 pandemic is now under the control in the United States, says Chief Medical Advisor Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we're still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even mostly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID-19 cases comes as a US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. In the country of our size, you cannot be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well before 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities, January 2020 to April 2021. The violent incidences related to the pandemic peaked in April 2020. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the average share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder January to June 41.1% in just 1 month. And some more statistics showing the same, that the share of adults, younger adults, this reported more on anxiety and a depressive disorder during this pandemic. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans, and nearly 8 in 10, that is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. Nearly 7 in 10, that is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. And more than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression, 45% showed signs of anxiety. The before COVID-19 pandemic, depression, what it was 15%, and now it rose to 40.7%. And the anxiety, what it was 29%, now rose up to 72%. 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. And 55% of the students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly understanding the pandemic's impact on working women, nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries in recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization. COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. And coming to back to India, it is the Mumbai mayor says the third wave is already here. Mayor said it is not coming, it is already here. And advised that the Kishori Padnekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter had already been made in Nagapur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayors urged people to remain in their homes. The mandals have been asked to allow only 10 people and have them work in shifts, she said. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated, a recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new coronavirus known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. Now, how to cope up with this current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the pandemic fatigue is setting in an a result of continuous lockdown and is resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusion and supporting this space of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance. Bhava Sankalpa. Continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what? If I die, it's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out, then exposing oneself and putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity in the delusional arrogance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Join the COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year which we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and economic collapse are undermining flood and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip on making peace with the nature. It's possible if you start now. World Health Organization Director General of Dr. Tedros says health and peace are interrelated. There cannot be health without peace. There cannot be peace without health. As part of the World Health Organization's Health and Peace Initiative, individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict. Then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around the health emergency concerns. The affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states and requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that the crisis will be fuel new conflict around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. The stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the root of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universities, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. On the day of International Yoga 2021, the theme is Yoga for Well-being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to open lives and livelihood of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated the psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimensions of the pandemic in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well-being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It is particularly helpful in allowing their fears and anxiety. UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, the ancient practice that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world, to promote not only healthy lifestyle, but to promote peace and security in the world, said Dr. Nata Mannadde, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, the crime, displacement, and the prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to a UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 35% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involve the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. Now let us see what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions toward the global peace and in general, the global pandemic. Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivana pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona vigagupyashate. Isha Upanishad, verse 6. The global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village or whole country. Whatever level it may be, global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaking on the secret to self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me, Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means listen carefully. The space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti based Shakti, peace based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace centered powerfulness. Powerfulness centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, 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 3 times means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is responsibility of Hindus. we living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living, practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the responsibility
Now let us see the Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind-body emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Let us see some of the ways. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and the activism of Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivoham program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. The spiritual healing to one and all 24/7, helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope with emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships. Providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Inciting thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas courtyard sessions, providing healthy living solutions like technique to clear the stomach from Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately bring clarity to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, the free food to Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tiruvannamalai and Los Angeles. paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kaila and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims, Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough, Devi Parashakti Akashic readings through cosmic revelations. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings' blind spots and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or a country or nation has blind spots when he develops a vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that the nature, Prakriti resets itself. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation, which is seemingly endless with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change and is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solution and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them the super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, and yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's a time we all take responsibility to save the humanity, to protect people from the pandemic fatigue and destruction. Let's try to enrich people for every one of these great spiritual solutions. Open this link and start sharing with as many people as possible. The link is tinyurl.com/unclutchinginfo. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the continuous cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. The scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation, the crime rate reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all of the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 minutes for peace so far. You can see a sample picture. About 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela USA in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives, saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States of America. The second Conference for Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, the health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted the large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. One of the greatest contributions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is the initiating thousands into sannyas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating the hundreds of people into Nithyananda monastic order. To the all-renouncing monks contribute the best things of human civilization, living their life with the cognition life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the hard beginners of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life's negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, the spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to high-energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation, reviving the original spiritual context. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. Now, the food systems hold key to ending the world hunger. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations have noted a dramatic increase in the world's hunger. According to the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World, 1/10 of the global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. According to the Eat Lancet Commission, moved toward the diet which is with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than the saturated fats, or limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 and 24% of all adult deaths each year. No Hunger Project under Red Om, launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Annalayas, the food donation centers, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide. Under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 2 million organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. And one of the recent contribution is Kailasa's COVID care centers. Recently, the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these centers, free of cost and for an indefinite time. The outcome has been splendid. Zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling COVID-19 pandemic as a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, have been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. Now you can see some of the COVID care participants enjoy the life. The participants of the COVID Care Center program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, and spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free life, following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing puja, temple seva, kara seva, and celebrating festivals. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers by register the link below https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the revival of the temple sciences and ecosystems by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, these devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining about the science of temples.
Visible functions of this temple. Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also. Both.
As we see in our present time, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture, or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the superconsciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with superconsciousness. The mechanism which connects with the superconsciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the superconsciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous superconsciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Now, let us see the revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti in her Akashic readings on various occasions. On 12th May 2021, Devi revealed that the cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, the Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come there in line every day. They will come and take a dip in Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, they were revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Linga. Go to Adi Kailasa. Oh, Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking, just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment, to protect India from the great destruction. I, Parashakti, On 31st May 2021, they revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam, that is eaten up by worms, mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. Drop the foolish mind with business motive of bargaining and attain surrender and go to Adi Kailasa. Be in Adi Kailasa. I will do good to you. For saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa. Best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. The soil of Adi Kailasa is Sarva Roga Nivarani, cure for all diseases, for all the diseases in the world. Paramashakti, myself, taking the form of Nithyananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers, the very soil was converted into great medicine, and that solves all karmas. So, when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various centers which are open are Adi Kailas in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam, Srirangapadi, Madurai, Avattipalam, Huzur, all are from Tamil Nadu, and Sripuram Adinam from Hyderabad, and Baroda from Gujarat, and Puduvai Adinam from Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID care centers opened across India, various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are the medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, the accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, that is ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through the food banks, organic farming. Join the Kailasa's COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Kailasa's COVID response. The sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives, a one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service, massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadan, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assess this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healings online. The Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report on and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country, and persons require true multilateralism, governments, organizations, and people collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on an individual pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicine. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations, and the article has been published in their website, www.oschr.org. You can also download the same article in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook profile page and read the full description, details of the article. So join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. With this, we're going to move on to the next part of our segment, this program, after a very short break.
Paramashiva is protecting me. Alabhairava is protecting me. I am safe, so I am even uttering these words. Because all of them are protecting me. Listen. Instead of spending my time and space with them, I decided to spend with the right people and right team. Sat in the Paramashiva space, organized myself properly, built a right team, right space, started doing right work. Now, we already have not only Kailasa, the Hindu nation, we are already having many countries, diplomatic relationships and recognitions, multi-level recognitions. There are some countries recognized me as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and given their highest honor, respect. There are some countries given even awards. Some countries have recognized the Kailasa nation, and some countries have recognized the persecution. Many of the international global bodies, including United Nations, many of the international entities, global entities, we have got multi-layer recognitions. The secret is only one. Listen. The secret is I decided to spend my time and space in right direction. That's all. Listen. Even Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Shivaya Namah, 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 Shivaya Namah.
சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாது ஒரு நாள் மனமனு சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாது ஒரு நாள் மனமனு எம்மையாகின்ற அருணை மலையானே கருணையில் அருளவாராய் பஞ்சபூதத்தில் ஆட்சி புரிகின்ற நித்யனே இறங்கி வாராய் தூணிலும் துருந்திலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இரு பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தூணிலும் துருவிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தடைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா உன் தரிசனம் காட்டில் கொடி தடை நாட்டு ஈரானே இந்நாட்டின் ராஜாதி ராஜனே சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனம்
Pani zani zari 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 pani bama bama gaza. Pani zani zari 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 pani bama 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 pani bama 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 gaza. Bama pani bama 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 zari 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 pani zani zari 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 pani zani zari 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 pani zani zari 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 pani zani zari 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 மண்ணிலே மாண்டு போகும் நோய்களில் வீழ்ந்து போகும் எண்ணிலா பிறப்பெடுத்து துதிக்கின்றோம் கண்ணிலே நீர் வடிந்து தன்னிலை தேற்றி வந்து எல்லையில்லா உன் வடிவை துதிக்கின்றோம் மரம் காற்றாய் அலைத்தோடும் எனும் போதும் கைவிட மாட்டோம் இடைவிண்ணை தொடும் நேரம் நீயே பார்த்துக்கொள் மரக்காற்றாய் அலைத்தோடும் எனும் போதும் கைவிட மாட்டோம் இடைவிண்ணை தொடும் நேரம் நீயே பார்த்துக்கொள் சுடும் தீயில் விடும் தேகம் பதம் பற்றிடும் சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு காணல் நீரிந்த உலகம் எண்ணிலையாது தடைகளில் தேங்கி நின்றேன் வழி தெரியாது காணல் நீரிந்த உலகம் எண்ணிலையாது தடைகளில் தேங்கி நின்றேன் வழி தெரியாது என்னுள் வினாய் எழுகின்ற போது உன்னில் விடை இருந்திடும் அல்லவா வானம் மழை தடுக்கின்ற போது சேரும் மழை உடைத்திடும் அல்லவோ நீக்கி வழி
துணையாக்கி உன்னை நோக்கி வந்திட அருள்களை தருவாய். சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு. எம்மையாகின்ற அருணை மலையானே கருணையில் அருளவாராய். பஞ்சபூதத்தில் ஆட்சி புரிகின்ற நித்தியனே விளங்கி வாராய். தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் இறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா. கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இமை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா. தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் இறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா. கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இமை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா. தடைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா. உன் தரிசனம் காட்டு கொடி தடை நாட்டு நீதானே இந்நாட்டின் ராஜாதி ராஜனே. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாத வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாத வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமனு. राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्रमे कामाय कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः.
சரணி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றறிமலனடி போற்றி பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறை நம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவனம் நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய். கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் நீ கரம் வந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அளவர்க்கம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாண்டிட வாராய். அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய். அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய். அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய். அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய். சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனமல்லவா. செம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே. வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியனில் இறைந்திடுவாய். மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழை அறவாடிட உடை சூழ்ந்திட பிறர் சேர நீ வருவாய். அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். విముక్తి కారణే నాదికేశ దివ్య బ్రహ్మరూపనే మీనాక్షి శక్తి సహిత సుందరేశనే అన్నామలై వినిత్త నిత్యనందనే சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் உண்டாலே இயக்கும் உண்டாலே உந்தன் கண்டாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் ஒளியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியில் தொழுதோமே வெள்ளியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினாய் ஒளியாகினாய் உலகமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படி தரும் கர்ம விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எப்பயாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மதியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவல வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் உன்னையே கதிகல சரணத்தை யோகம் உன்னையே காத்திரவா அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அரண்ட ஜோதியலே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றிடவே வாராய் நித்யானந்தனே
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Sarvanya Pita Kartas, Yajamans, Sarvavarityagi, sitting with us all over the world. Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras, with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty becomes your reality just by spending your time and space to understand, cognize, realize conscious sovereignty. No other pre-qualification is required. Listen. You spent a lot of time and space in forgetting your conscious sovereign state. So at least 1% of the time you need to spend now. Listen, the time you spent to forget your conscious sovereign state, if it is 100 hours, now at least you need to spend 1 hour. To remember your conscious sovereignty. You don't need to spend 100 hours again, because to bring ignorance, it takes a lot of time. To bring enlightenment, it doesn't take much time. It doesn't take same time. 1,000 years, a room was in darkness. You don't need 1,000 years to light that room. Just one candle is enough. One lamp is enough. The room is lit. So, you need to spend at least 1% of the time, but you need to spend time and space. Be very clear. Listen carefully. With whatever you spend time, that will become part of you. For example, if I was sitting in India and spending time waging a stupid war imposed on me by these yellow journalists, and this actually in Indian yellow journalists they run pornography added with violence in the name of journalism. That's all. They just run pornography and violence mixed in high dosage and use celebrities as the characters and sell pornography material to common mass and keep the common mass in a very cheap, low standard of the mentality. That's all. So if I spent my time and space with them, waging war with them, by the time I am 50, even if I win the war with them, purpose of my life would have been defeated. Because I spent all my time on stupid war forced on me with the stupid people. And if I was there in India, they would have killed by now. Either through the mob lynching. There are so many methodologies. They have a clear toolkits. How to do this mob lynching. How they have done that. Two sadhus and his assistant in Maharashtra or Madhya Pradesh, I don't know, the Junakada sadhus, how they have been murdered. First they told that these sadhus are child kidnappers. They spread the lies and false information and killed them. Fortunately, we know their identity and they are from a very well-known Akada and Mahants. And they have come just then to that area. They were actually crashing. So all that information was available, including the video of police handing them over to the criminals for murder. Palghar district, Maharashtra. This. So because we got so much of evidence, we were able to prove it is a lynching, mob lynching. So this incident, they failed. The Hindu-phobic terrorists, they failed in this incident. Investigation revealed the truth. But they have a toolkit, a very organized toolkit, how to make somebody look like antisocial and then take the law in their hand and kill. If I was sitting in India and waging this stupid war, even if I won, the purpose of life would have been lost. By 50, I'll be sitting with them. Surely, if I was in India, I would not have been allowed even to live. That's the ultimate truth. The way it was going on and the way it is going even now. Anyone who revives that original indigenous, ancient, that enlightened version of Hinduism. See, Hinduism has multiple versions. In the modern day, the Christianized version, Islamized version, Westernized version, materialization, the materialistic version. Hinduism has multiple versions. Anyone who tries to live or revive the ancient, authentic, indigenous, enlightenment-centric Hinduism, the enlightenment version of Hinduism, anyone tries to revive or works for it, they are eliminated because they are the threat for people who are trying to dilute Hinduism by Christianizing it, Westernizing it, modernizing it, using it for political purpose, political advantages, using Hinduism for their materialistic advantages, all those vested interests. People who are interested in Hinduism for any reason other than Hinduism itself, for all of them, this indigenous Hindu enlightened masters are the threat. Anyone who touches, promotes the indigenous, enlightenment-centric, authentic, traditional, Hinduism, the enlightenment version of Hinduism, will not be allowed to live in India. They won't be able to live. You will be surprised. Recently, in Tamil Nadu, the government officials have ordered the kids of the parents, even along with parents, cannot do any of the Hindu rituals like firewalking or that spear piercing in the tongue. It's our family custom. I still remember when I was hardly able to walk, along with my mother and my Guru Kuppammal, I did the firewalking in Draupadi Amman temple in Thiruvannamalai. By the time I was 7, 8, I have done this spear piercing in my tongue, in my body, in my aunt's village, Kuvanur. My family was the head of a village called Chamundi, and my father's sister was married to a family who were head of the village called Kuvanur, and that village temple, there is a Shiva temple and Subramanya temple. In that temple, there is a festival. Still, I remember. I was taken to that festival and where I did that tongue piercing and even in the body, the piercing. It's a family tradition, indigenous lifestyle. All this has so much of benefits to make the child immune to physical, mental pains. It's a very powerful way of training. Now, in Tamil Nadu, they passed an order. No children, even along with parents, will be allowed to do any of these rituals. How much all this has done good to me, I know. Firewalking, this Alagu Guttudal, all this, how much good it has done to me, I know. After some time, almost I became addicted to all of it. I started enjoying it so much. Everywhere, wherever, whenever it is possible, I'll start go and attend those rituals and those temple functions, festivals. In India, we have the tradition of invoking Mother Parashakti in children. Those kids, not only they walk on fire, they dance on fire and they give Arulvaku. All these traditions, I don't want to utter from my mouth. Just by one order, over. In the name of human rights. So, now, what will happen? Already, like now, this present generation, how the kids are, give them gadgets, 24/7, they will be addicted. By the time they are 13, having boyfriend, girlfriend, breakup, bestie, all this, they already know and they are going through it. They are experiencing. By the time they are 15, already two boyfriend or two girlfriend breakup, and 16, depression, psychiatric drugs. So this is the human rights. All the indigenous practices are destroyed. Kids are forced into drugs, either legally permitted psychiatric drugs or illegal drugs on their own. Listen, if I was in India and uttering these words, in few hours they would have arrested me. Paramashiva is protecting me. Alaberava is protecting me. am safe, so I am even uttering these words. Because all of them are protecting me. Listen. Instead of spending my time and space with them, I decided to spend with the right people and right team. Sat in the Paramashiva space, organized myself properly, built a right team, right space, started doing right work. Now, we already have not only Kailasa, the Hindu nation, we are already having many countries, diplomatic relationships and recognitions, multi-level recognitions. There are some countries recognized me as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and given their highest honor, respect. There are some countries given even awards. Some countries have recognized the Kailasa nation. And some countries have recognized the persecution. Many of the international global bodies, including United Nations, many of the international entities, global entities, we have got multi-layer recognitions. The secret is only one. Listen. The secret is I decided to spend my time and space in right direction. That's all. Listen. Even if you have a self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, decide to spend your time and space on conscious sovereignty this Chaturmasya. This Chaturmasya till Navaratri, Dasami, Vijayadashmi. Decide to spend your time and space on the great truth, conscious sovereignty. Decide to realize conscious sovereignty. I don't know when meditation will become illegal in India. As on now, yoga and meditation is not illegal in India. So at least start doing that practice. And raise yourself towards conscious sovereignty. In Hinduism, every practice, whether the piercing or the firewalking or Pachapatni Vratam, every practice is to empower you with conscious sovereignty. That's all. I tell you, till now, we don't have a single case. A child is dead by firewalking, the child is dead by the piercing, never, not even one case. But there are many cases. Kids falling into mental disorders, physical disorders, dying, committing suicide with this heavy import of ideas into India and destroying the indigenous lifestyle. I wanted at least all my disciples to know till 15th October. So August, September, October. These 3 months. We call it Chaturmasya because by the Hindu calendar, from Purnima to Purnima is calculated. So, from Guru Purnima to Vijayadashmi. Usually after Vijayadashmi, that 2-3 days, there will be celebration, and that Purnima, the Purnima to Purnima is Chaturmasya. After Vijayadashmi, the sannyasis have to start moving. So listen. So from this Guru Purnima to Vijayadashmi, decide to spend your time and space for conscious sovereignty, especially focused on manifesting powers through conscious sovereignty. Understand? Actually, I am waiting to open the Kailasa for all of you because layers and layers and layers of the great truths which Paramashiva manifested, the powerful methods, techniques, powerful detox methods, all ready. Actually, if you had any solution from me, powers from me, this before Kailasa, from India, through initiation, Aushada, any of it. Now the solutions I have, Aushada, solution, everything, is at least 1,000 times more powerful. 1,000 times more powerful Aushadas, solutions, detox methods. When people suffer, I feel, oh God, all it takes is one initiation and one Aushada. If I give now, that's all. This person will be cleared, whether it is mental problems or physical problems, because this Aushadas work straight on the right parasite and pulls that parasite out over. See, for 10 years, you may be struggling, suffering with some patterns like frustration, anger, delusion. Just only one pinch of Aushada and one initiation. That's all. That Aushada straight goes, pulls the parasite out. Parasite leaves your body by next day morning. You won't even remember you had this delusion, you had this problem. Such an extremely simple solution are available. Even for power manifestation. all those great things. Last 3 years, Paramashiva is continuously downloading. Actually, I feel Paramashiva kept me away from the society to do some great work. If I was continuously attending to people living in India, per year, if I help 1 crore people, 10 million, I think now, once the Kailasa opens, per year, I can help at least 10 crore, 100 million, 1,000 times better, because the whole science now revealed to me by being in this continuous samadhi, not just raised my system to the next level, it has prepared my system to initiate masses. I am extremely grateful to Paramashiva for these 3 years of absolute love, peace, joy, compassion. I was never bothered about death. I died long before. I had a death experience long before. I am kept alive by Paramashiva to do this work. Do not want body damage before I complete this work. That's all. Human beings can start putting load, stress, more work or Paramashiva by trying to damage this body if I was in India. At least now, Paramashiva has kept me in a safe, peaceful place. Kalabhairava protecting me personally. I could see so much. Paramashiva has prepared me to do my work, to do the right work in a matured way. I should say that now I can have a matured conversation with humanity because everything needed to manifest Kailasa is ready. Let me be very honest with you all. Even I did not expect we will be recognized by so many countries in so many levels, multiple levels. Even I did not expect. Just these 3 years. So many levels of recognition. This Chaturmasya, it is only started just now. On Guru Purnima itself, we have got more than 200 commendations, like recognitions. By that time, I think this 4 months over, this 41st Chaturmasya, we may have at least 10,000 commendations, recognitions. Please understand, we are publishing only non-legal, like commendations, recognitions, honor, all that only we are publishing. All that legal recognition, which is as per the international law, like embassy relationships, those documents we don't publish because the diplomatic relationships are classified documents. That is not published. So many of you don't even know the legitimacy Kailasa has achieved internationally. There are only few things published in public, like UN recognizing the persecution of Kailasa and SPH. I think some 2-3 reports, the COVID care. These are all the public documents we published. But many things, like a legal recognition, we have not published for various reasons. It's a classified document. The diplomatic relationships and diplomatic agreements, for various reasons. But I want you guys to know just by deciding to spend my time and space with the right people and in samadhi, just in last 3 years, the amount of work done, and actually still this Guru Purnima till now, all the recognitions which can be publicized, which is not classified documents, even that we have not yet released it to all of you. The San Jose city mayor has given recognition, and so many from so many countries. The sister city agreements have been signed. The home country agreements have been, host country agreements are signed. Diplomatic relationship, full-fledged diplomatic relationships are signed. Appa. All this was possible because of Paramashiva's grace and the way he made me take the right decision. I give you the technique, key. Spend your time and space to manifest your conscious sovereignty. I tell you, conscious sovereignty will give you the higher purpose and everything you need to manifest that higher purpose. Non-involvement, cunningness, cheating, with all these emotions, if you spend time, by the time you are 50, you will be just deluded, cheating yourself, frustrated. With what you spend time, you will manifest that. That's all. I just decided I am going to spend my space and time with Paramashiva and manifest conscious sovereignty as he guides me. That's it. Guidance also came from inside. I tell you, when Paramashiva ordains, he sustains. I am seeing clearly how this whole thing is evolving. We have now completely compiled the first volume of Kailasa's jurisprudence with thousands of Shastra Pramanas and compliance, Hindu compliance standards for thousands of Shastra Pramanas, with thousands of Shastra Pramanas. Above all, the foundation, the sacred book of Hinduism. See, Hinduism has sacred books. But if I have to introduce through one book all the sacred books of Hinduism, that book only is now compiled as Jivan Mukti Bhashya. In that book, I have given the basic Upanishads from Vedas and Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita. This Prasthana Traya. This is the foundational text for the whole Hinduism. All Sampradayas agree, including Buddhism and Jainism. Please understand that. See, they may fight, negate, but the foundation, this three book forms the foundation. All Sampradayas agree. Like how the Om is accepted by all Hindu Sampradayas. Even Jains chant Om. Buddhists chant Om. How the Om is accepted by all Sampradayas of Hinduism. Same way this Prasthanatraya is accepted by all Sampradayas. Even for disproving Hinduism, they touch only Prasthanatraya. If somebody wants to abuse Hinduism, if somebody wants to explain Hinduism, somebody wants to revive Hinduism, somebody wants to abuse Hinduism, somebody wants to attack Hinduism, somebody wants to legitimize Hinduism, or somebody wants to make Hinduism illegitimate, Prasthanatraya is the book they attack. When somebody wants to revive, they explain the Prasthanatraya properly. When somebody wants to abuse, they attack these three books. So this becomes the fundamental text for Hinduism. Core texts. This core sacred text. My commentary. In a way, I should say the decoding. The original intention of the text is translated and elaborated. The first edition has come out now. Of course, I'll be adding more because I wanted to add all the 108 Upanishads and all the Brahma Sutras. That will continue. But the first edition has come. This forms the basic book, sacred text of Hinduism. I want all of you to study this. Understand? I want all of you to study this. I tell you, I myself wanted to start class, Shastra Adhyayana and Vakyartha Sadas on this Jivan Mukti Bhashya. The book title will be The Sacred Texts of Hinduism. The subtitle will be Jivan Mukti Bhashya, Living Enlightenment Commentary by Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The author name, that's all. Author means the translator and commentator, Bhashyakara. The original book is revealed by Paramashiva himself. Paramashiva himself revealed in Vedas, all the Upanishads. It was compiled by Paramashiva's incarnation Rama. And then Paramashiva's incarnation Vyasa compiled Vyasa Sutras. And Paramashiva's incarnation Krishna compiled Bhagavad Gita. That is why Bhagavad Gita is considered as Upanishad. Bhagavad Gita Su Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre. So every chapter, it insists Bhagavad Gita is a Upanishad. Shruti, not just Smriti. Even though it is part of Mahabharata. So, Paramashiva's direct revelation, Upanishads, compiled by Ramachandra, incarnation of Paramashiva. Then, Paramashiva's incarnation Vyasa compiled the Brahma Sutras, Vyasa Sutras. It is called Vyasa Sutras. And then Paramashiva's incarnation, Krishna, compiled Gita. So now, all the three books together, the commentary is available. All of you start reading. Soon I will start the classes on it. Let's focus on manifesting powers through conscious sovereignty this 4 months, Chaturmasya. I'm not going to wait till the time I'm able to open the Kailasa for all of you to come and have initiation. I'm going to start the process, classes, preparing all of you. This Guru Purnima is usually called even as Vyasa Purnima, and it is also celebrated as Vyasa's Jayanti. I have at least 6 projects, spiritual gifts, just ready to be opened and shared with you all. I'm just waiting for the right time to open the Kailasa to share all the 6 with you all. So drop your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Spend time and space with conscious sovereignty and power manifestation signs. You will simply manifest what you want. That's all is the ultimate truth. Having patience till your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial cracks, till your arrogance comes down, till your delusion leaves you, till the parasites leaves you and your system is detoxed and you come down and settle down with your Paramashivatva, till that becomes your manifested reality. Not just perceived as experience, even manifested as powers. Spend time with conscious sovereignty, truth, and Paramashivatva. I tell you, spend time these 4 months as much as you can. Drop all these time wasting things in your life. Stop all stupidity, television, confusion, delusion, constantly notifying your cell phone and social media. Drop all stupidity for these 4 months. Only conscious sovereignty related work and conscious sovereignty related practices, study, cognizing, internalizing, thinking through, Vakyartha Sadas. Let's focus on conscious sovereignty. So understand, just start spending time with your conscious sovereignty. Now this book, Jivan Mukti Bhashya, And the methods like power manifestation, to manifest your conscious sovereignty, spend time and space on this. Decide other than your survival work. Like, for example, if you are doing a job, I think most of you lost the job. There is no job. There is no work. The planet Earth is shrinking. There is no work. If you are doing some work from home or some business, do that. Other than that, spend all your time just on this one. Working on manifesting conscious sovereignty through power manifestation. These 4 months, I'll also start giving more and more programs. All these 6 gifts, as I told. I'm waiting for opening the Kailasa to all of you to give. There are some gifts I can give even now. I will start all those programs soon. One of the greatest gift Paramashiva has given, I'm waiting to share with you all, is Paramashiva Nadi reading. I don't know how many of you know this. Agastya Nadi, Sugar Nadi, the different Nadis are there. From the palm leaf, they will read out your whole story. Past, present, future. Paramashiva has given me Paramashiva Nadi directly from Kailasa. It's ready. Soon, I'll share with you all the gift. First of all, I have to give the long introduction. Exactly what is Paramashiva Nadi? See, it's like a palm leaf. Actually, on that palm leaf, there will not be any letters. Whoever comes and sits in the front, their past, present, future will simply appear in that palm leaf. If that palm leaf is shown to you, you will be able to read. The letters are there. But after you leave, somebody else comes and sits. The whole letters will be different. His past, present, future will be there. The palm leaf bunch will be same. Totally, it will be like a 200 or 300 bunch. When you give your thumbprint, they will pick up the bunch of your thumbprint. And then open. The readings will be exactly for you, including your name. And after you leave, the next person comes and sits. The letters in the palm leaf will be different. Same palm leaf bunch. Paramashiva has given the Paramashiva Nadi directly from Kailasa. Soon I will start revealing the Paramashiva Nadi reading to all of you. So many things ready to be shared. many aushadas are ready, like mandalas which need to be energized. The energizing generating units are ready now. That's the most important thing. Same way the gadgets of Kailasa, whether the science of flight or bioenergy, charger, all these gadgets of Kailasa, those softwares also have been gifted by Paramashiva, and I already worked with all of it and it's all ready. Wanted to get Akil Kodali, Anusha Kodali to Kailasa because I wanted them to validate everything with the modern science. Soon I'm going to get Akil and Anusha to Kailasa to do this validation, like a compilation. See, it's like a thousands of revelations, layers and layers, all that need to be penned down and organized, logically presented to all of you. The gadgets of Kailasa. Even this DNA science of how the Airavatam with multiple trunk is given birth, how the Kamadhenu is given birth, and this Parijata, the various flowers, even all those things are also Paramashiva is gifted, working on manifesting all of it. Means it's already manifested. How to reach out to all of you? That's the only work I'm doing. Let us spend time with the conscious sovereignty and manifesting conscious sovereignty. I give you this as a Shaktipada. Take a conscious decision to live conscious sovereignty and manifest powers this Chaturmasya. Get your Atmalinga, keep it on your heart or with both within both the palms. Keep your Atmalinga and make the conscious sankalpa, resolution to manifest conscious sovereignty, not only perceived reality as the manifested reality with powers. With powers. See, you cognizing conscious sovereignty is perceived reality. You manifesting powers of conscious sovereignty is the manifested reality. So get your Atmalinga, sit. Let's Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada.
நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் இல்லங்க. நித்திய நண்பு கொண்டு நம்மையே ஞான மார்க்கம் தன்னிலே செல்ல சொல்லியே கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அது பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் இல்லங்க. நித்திய நண்பு கொண்டு நம்மையே ஞான மார்க்கம் தன்னிலே செல்ல சொல்லியே கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. கண்ணில் தெரியா உருவம் தானே கடவுள் என்று நினைத்திருந்தோம். இல்லை இல்லை, உலகில் உள்ள ஒவ்வொரு உயிரும் கடவுள் என்றோ. கண்ணில் தெரியா உருவம் தானே கடவுள் என்று நினைத்திருந்தோம். இல்லை இல்லை, உலகில் உள்ள ஒவ்வொரு உயிரும் கடவுள் என்றோ. இது நித்தியன் சொன்ன உண்மைதான், நம்பிவிட்டால் நன்மைதான். நித்தியன் சொன்ன உண்மைதான், நம்பிவிட்டால் நன்மைதான். நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் என்னங்க. ஆனந்தத்தை தேடி நாமும் அலைந்து திரிய தேவையில்லை. இயற்கையாக நமக்குள் உண்டு, உணர்ந்து கொண்டே வாழ்தல் நன்று. ஆனந்தத்தை தேடி நாமும் அலைந்து திரிய தேவையில்லை. இயற்கையாக நமக்குள் உண்டு, உணர்ந்து கொண்டே வாழ்தல் நன்று. இது நித்தியன் சொன்ன உண்மைதான், நம்பிவிட்டால் நன்மைதான். நித்தியன் சொன்ன உண்மைதான், நம்பிவிட்டால் நன்மைதான். நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் வெல்லுங்க. முழுமையாக சரணடைந்தால் புரிந்து கொள்ளும் சேர்ந்த வாழ்வில் தானே பரவசங்கள் உண்டாகுது. இயந்திர வாழ்க்கை என்ன வாழ்க்கை, எந்த பயனும் இல்லாதது. ஞானம் சேர்ந்த வாழ்வில் தானே பரவசங்கள் உண்டாகுது. இது நித்தியம் சொன்ன உண்மைதான், நம்பிவிட்டால் நன்மைதான். நித்தியம் சொன்ன உண்மைதான், நம்பிவிட்டால் நன்மைதான். நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் வெல்லுங்க. நித்திய நட்பு கொண்டு நம்மையே ஞான மார்க்கம் தன்னிலே செல்ல சொல்லியே கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் வெல்லுங்க. நித்திய நட்பு கொண்டு நம்மையே ஞான மார்க்கம் தன்னிலே செல்ல சொல்லியே கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க.
சக்தி தரும் நித்யானந்த
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಪರಮ ನಿರಂಜನ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಪರಮ ನಿರಂಜನ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಪರಮ ನಿರಂಜನ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಪರಮ ನಿರಂಜನ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಪರಮ ನಿರಂಜನ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಪರಮ ನಿರಂಜನ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಜಯ ಜಗದ್ವಂದನ నిత్యానంద హే నిత్యానంద నిత్యానంద హే నిత్యానంద నిత్యానంద హే నిత్యానంద నిత్యానంద హే నిత్యానంద గౌరీ కనయా గజానన గౌరీ కనయా గజానన నిత్యానంద హే నిత్యానంద నిత్యానంద హే నిత్యానంద గౌరీ కనయా గజానన గౌరీ కనయా గజానన నిత్యపురీశ్వర నిత్యానంద నిత్యపురీశ్వర నిత్యానంద श्रीनित्यनन्दात बन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यनन्दात बन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यनन्दात बन्धो रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् श्रीनित्यानन्द नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्द नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्द नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्द नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थ बन्धो मां पाहि रोगाद घोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां मां पाहि रोगाद घोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां कालाच्च दुष्पाककूलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं कालाच्च दुष्पाककूलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं श्रीनित्यानन्द नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्द नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्द नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्द नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थ बन्धो ब्रह्मादयो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता ब्रह्मादयो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सा नित्यानन्दं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दात्तबन्धो काषाय संवीतगात्रं कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रं काषाय संवीतगात्रं कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रं कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रं.
Keep the Atmalinga on Sahasrara. Let this conscious resolution to manifest conscious sovereignty and manifesting powers enter into your being through Sahasrara. Keep the Atmalinga on Sahasrara.
Jai Nithyanandam Karunya Sampurna Netram Shakti Hastam Pavitram Bhaje Nithyanandam Sri Nithyananda Namaste Guru Nithyananda Namaste Sri Nithyananda Namaste Guru Nithyananda Namaste Sri Nithyananda Arthabandho. श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधु सङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तं श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधु सङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तम् ओंकारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तं ओंकारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो. स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिं भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिं श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धु.
Om. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam. Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will, powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is becoming alive, you becoming one with everything, commanding over future. It's a science because millions have experienced the superconscious breakthrough, and each one of us can experience that beautiful space of oneness. Science of power manifestation is authentic, scientific, time tested, and foolproof. The pramanas for the power of levitation. The pramanas are the evidences which are listed here. Shastra pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta pramana, the experience and the results of aptas. Aptas are rishis, munis, ganas, nanamas, alvars, siddhas. Millions of them have manifested the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time tested, scientific, and foolproof. They are the authority of Hinduism. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of very own Leela that Bhagavan plays, how the cognitive shift or the detox makes the human being manifest all the powers of Paramashiva, explaining the great science. Bhagavan plays the Leela. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of devotee, disciple, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagavan himself. In Kailash Courtyard, Bhagavan himself manifests through all of us as the superconscious breakthrough, conscious sovereignty as our reality. All the powers pokes hole in our logic, make us understand that we are Paramashiva and we can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully explains how we can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. The Shastra Pramana for the power of levitation is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experiences the consciousness. Tantra is the method to experience the consciousness beyond the mind. Sutra 82, Dharana 57.
57. आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणातक्षीणाशयो भवेत् आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणातक्षीणाशयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, being situated on a comfortable seat or a bed firmly cognize your body without any support or the base from anywhere is resting on nothing. By holding the cognition, when the mind becomes worn away and thoughtlessness arises, then in the instant one becomes weightless and experience the space beyond the mind, the space of Paramashiva. Bhagavan Paramashiva clearly says how we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. We are constantly engaged in the outer world, the materialistic world, that we understand everything that is available is matter and impossibility, the struggle that we are in. Bhagavan beautifully explains how the dream state, for example, we have like 10,000 random thoughts happening. But when the thoughts come down, when we have a deep greed or fear, we wake up because we become the seer at that point. The instant it hit us very hard, like a lion chasing us or an accident, something really fearful just wakes us up. And then the thoughts fall into the 1,000 thoughts per second. Just an example, from 10,000 when we fall to the lower thoughts, Bhagavan says that is the waking enlightenment. And we experience that space and understand that 10,000 thought that we experienced was a dream. even though we had an accident or somebody who's with us is no longer there, whatever we experience, when we wake up, we are very complete about it because we know that is not true. Nothing is lost and I am not a victim. We are very clear how life is being auspiciousness and only abundance. We don't have to go through any of the issues that we saw in the dream. Bhagavan says, when you wake up from this dream that you are right now experiencing and right now struggling with, when you fall into the zero thought, you can experience that this reality, what you perceive, is also a dream. Here also you are not stuck with anything, you are not having any issues, and there is nothing to fix anything at all. Bhagavan beautifully says how the clouds cannot hide the sun. Because of the sun only the clouds are even seen. In the night we don't see clouds. Same way, if we wake up from what we are going through, we don't lose anything. Rather, we understand the higher possibilities. When we go to zero thoughts, we become the Paramashiva and we are in the oneness with Paramashiva where life becomes free will and we can manifest the higher reality. Then we say, why don't we wake up to Paramashiva? Bhagavan beautifully says how the mirroring neuron, when you see the oneness capsule, he is in the deep samadhi in the quantum space. Why aren't you also experiencing that very same space? Like how you experience, like you watch a soccer, you also, your brain also does the same activity. But when you're watching the oneness capsule, you are not experiencing that higher reality. That is because the intensity of engagement that you are experiencing in that oneness space. Bhagavan beautifully says, when you are caught up with the scene, whatever you're going through, you will miss the mirroring that is happening. Like how a child of a very small child want to walk or talk or constantly it wants to be curious and learn something. That is because the thoughts are very low and the intensity of the child to learn and expand makes it possible for to mirror a new possibility in the life. Same way, when you drop consciously, how you go to deep sleep, dropping all the thoughts and you are ready to go into the deep sleep. Same way, you are ready to drop all the thoughts just to be in the same how you fall into deep sleep. Bhagavan says is a thin line you fall into the samadhi. With awareness, when you go to the sleep, you are actually in samadhi space. That happens when you are in deep love and oneness and gratitude to Bhagavan's lotus feet. We constantly surrender. We experience the mirroring of the neuron and we experience the higher superconsciousness in our brain manifesting all the auspiciousness and abundance. How beautifully that is explained in the up the Pramana life of Sundarar. Beautifully it has been described how the Nayanamar lived and experienced the higher reality. This is for the power of levitation, up the Pramana. Sundarar, also affectionately known as Thambi Thambiran Thoran, and he had a friend who is a Chola king, Cheraman Perumal, and the Nayanamar. All were part of the Nayanamars who manifested all the powers. Sundarar travels many places and rendered many padigam, that is, he sings in praise of Lord Shiva in many places. And it is further believed his rendering performance miracles wherever he sang on Lord Shiva, he was in such a merging space with Paramashiva that it simply manifested miracles around him. Both Sundarar and the king embarked on various pilgrimage together. However, when Sundarar reached Tiruvanchikulam, he became tired of life. That is, his mind got owned away. Then Lord Shiva, to take him up, he calls Lord Shiva and says he wanted to go to Kailasa, back to Kailasa. He is sick and tired of whatever the mind is giving him. It no longer becomes very interesting. Like the fruit becomes so ripe, it has to fall down automatically. There is no way it can forever be in the plant. Naturally, it falls and starts its own as the Kalpavriksha, again starting the tree and making so many other fruits. So when Sundarar was ready, he went to Kailasa and gods and goddesses sent him a elephant. But the most beautiful part is the Cheran king, also Chola king, also Cheraman Perumal also accompanied him on a horse all the way to Kailasa. And this was beautifully recorded that the whole thing occurred on Swati Nakshatra day in the Tamil month of Adi. This is from Periya Puranam. Clearly, it says how Sundarar manifested the powers of Paramashiva and was able to go beyond the mind and experience the oneness and go to Kailasa. Here you can see Bhagavan beautifully manifesting the power of levitation in all the devotees at the same time and beautifully explains the whole power of levitation.
With Paramahamsa Nithyananda initiating participants into a powerful yogic technique for balancing samana, one of the 5 major energies circulating in our body.
The samana is a particular air process which is responsible for the air to move all over your body. From this point to this point to this point, the whole body. We have 21 points, 10 fingertips in the feet, 10 fingertips in the hand, and Sahasrara. In all these all 21 points, the air being flooded. This is called samana. That process is called samana. If that samana is balanced, is proper, whenever I give you this kind of one idea and ask you to sit with it, the extraordinary powers will start expressing in your body. Like a feeling very light, or feeling heavy, feeling expanded, or feeling shrunk. These are the 4 called Anima, Lahima, Mahima, Karima. In the Ashtama Siddhis, 8 Siddhis, these are 4. All of you are clear what I am saying? Anima, Lahima, Mahima, Karima. These are the 4 important powers. First it will happen psychologically. Then it will become physical. See, you will feel little more than you are. First psychologically. Then even physically it will start happening. If you are levitated, you have a healed samana. If you are only psychological levitation, you don't have any wound in samana. But if you are neither psychological nor physical levitation happen, means your samana needs to be balanced now. Needs to be healed. I will now put you through the simple process how the samana healing, samana balancing happens. But of course, you will go through a heavy process from tomorrow to balance samana permanently.
Already a Siddha
Beautifully, you can see how the coconut is levitating on the hand of the devotee. Now we are going to do with Rudraksh. But if you don't have Rudraksh, you have a coconut or any other object also fine. But beautifully, how the coconut is standing up, not falling down, but it is standing up on chanting the Mahavakya continuously. Now, let's get into the deep oneness with Paramashiva. Experience the power of levitation. If you can levitate the Rudraksh on the palm, that is fine. Or you have the Balasans used to put the stick in the water and drown the stick even though it flows. Or they used to put the coin and make it float. Either way, if you can manifest the power of levitation of an object, that is also fine. If you can have it in your hand and experience the oneness with Paramashiva, and you are experiencing the Kundalini energy, you can experience the heat or the movement of the object, all that you can experience the power of Paramashiva in you. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva and Sundareshwara Paramashiva or your Ishta Devata, Bhagavan who has come down, Paramashiva who has come down as our Guru, God Himself as our Guru, the ultimate space that we can experience. When you recognize Paramashiva, you are recognizing your own inner space. The more you recognize Paramashiva in everybody, you are recognizing your Paramashiva as yourself. You're not some identity sitting with Paramashiva. You are yourself, Paramashiva, who is dropping the identity of what all you know. For example, in deep sleep, you don't know you're a male or female. You don't know whether you studied or not studied. You have a family or no. Nothing. You are in nothingness. We are more in that space because by nature, that is what we are. Bhagavan beautifully says the headache is not a nature. That is why we want to get rid of it and be in the nature where we are comfortable. Same way, our very nature is the deep sleep state. And how we recognize that space, even though we have to do that every single day. We are never bored, never tired, never. It is a work for us because it is by nature. Same way, when we understand Paramashiva is the very nature, simply all the other things get redundant and irrelevant. The complete completion, when you let go the outer world for to go to sleep, same way, let go the outer world and unclutch from everything. Put away your gadgets, put away all your thoughts which you are engaging, and how you go to sleep. Just merge into the Paramashiva. Paramashiva will suck you into that space of oneness. Bhagavan beautifully says how Ganga, who is like a scene, and Yamuna, who is like the seer, both of them merge together. That Yamuna comes and merges with Ganga. That point in Prayag is Saraswati. The third eye opens. And same way you can experience that when you merge by chanting the Mahavakya, visualizing Paramashiva and unclutching from everything that you know as your identity. You merge into Paramashiva, get sucked by Paramashiva into the oneness space and experience the oneness space and manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely from the navel center with a deep listening, not shouting or loudly, but deeply. The deep listening is the key of our manifestation. The more and more we are sitting as the Bhava, Sundareshwara, Parashakti, Kalabhairava, and simply sitting with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, so alive and aware of what we are experiencing right now as merging into Paramashiva, soaked into Paramashiva, how you are in love with something, you're so alive in that. And with that love and deep gratitude of oneness, chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening, you can be sucked into Paramashiva space and manifest the powers of levitation. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep gratitude and deep listening.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Oh. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. If you are experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva and you can see the movement of the object in your hand, please take a screenshot and you can note it down, and we'll have one more cycle. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya, experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. And do not expect the object to move, expect to expand. Then again, we are with the scene. More and more you reside in Paramashiva space again and again, unclutching from everything else. Understanding the more you are with the first person, that is the seer, you start experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva, merging into the Paramashiva space as the quantum itself. So please start chanting the Mahavakya, put away your gadgets for a few more minutes and experiencing the deep oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the power of levitation. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with the deep listening.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever Paramashiva has shown you, please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/manifestation. Again and again, we request you to share everything to the world because enriching and causing simply manifest your reality that who you are. Whenever we cherish all these great truth as our reality, then that becomes the very reality of us. You cherish Paramashiva, you cherish Sundareshwara, Kalabhairava, whoever you cherish the most, when you start seeing them in you as yourself, that is the most biggest gift. Bhagavan says, will you become me? And that happens when you see everything that exists as Paramashiva. And beautifully, whatever you would like to donate, you can click on the $ and simply you can contribute to Kailasa. Let's surrender all this great powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet and deeply in deep gratitude and earning Paramashiva to become existential reality. Let's experience the oneness with Paramashiva. And thanking all of you here, thanking Bhagavan. And in that deep gratitude, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. First, let's surrender all the powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. And in deep gratitude, chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. 6 p.m. in Zoom, we'll have the next Kailash Courtyard. You can join through eKailasha. Thank you, Nithyanandam.